Okay, I'm ready to start. Your eyes there are. I'd like to, meeting, ladies and gentlemen, is July 12th, 2022, 6 p.m. I'm in the Northeast Kingdom and you guys are down at the Lower Theater in Bellas Falls. Let's call this meeting to order. First item on the agenda is to approve the minutes of June 7th, 2022. I'd like a motion.
I was trying to mess with the microphone volume. Just trying to get a little more volume on you here, Peter. It's a little low. Hang on a second.
While you're doing that, I'll move to approve the minutes of June 7th, 2022.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Yes, you did have a second, Peter.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble. It's not coming through very loud here, so. All right, motion been made and seconded to approve the minutes of July 7th, June 7th, 2022. Any corrections, deletions, or additions? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All vote aye, motion carries. Additions to the agenda that for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting. I have none.
No additions, no.
Anyone else on the board?
Yes.
Good, Rick.
Yeah, we can talk about that. I can do that in the manager's report. Yeah.
Can you repeat that? I can't hear a thing he said.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything either.
All right.
I can
Maybe
hear
the owls
Scott, but
aren't,
I'm not hearing, I didn't hear a word that
let me
Rick
see if
said.
the owls aren't picking up on the microphone.
Yeah, I didn't hear Rick either.
Yep. Is that any louder by any chance?
Is that any better? Can you hear me any better?
We could hear you. It was the other people we couldn't hear.
Can you hear Rick now?
No.
I cannot hear Rick if he's speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my sound up, so.
Maybe Rick can come over here on this side. Yeah. Yeah, Rick's gonna come over here to pick it up closer to this.
Okay, yeah, you're coming up pretty good shape here now. I can get you good now.
Yep, okay, very good.
Did you have a statement to make, Rick, or because if you did, I didn't,
Can't hear him.
not hearing the word.
Not hearing.
Okay, we're working on it. I know, yeah, it's still not right for some reason.
I can hear you fine, Scott. It's just that
Yeah, that's not picking up from the owl for some reason, Peter.
need a bigger hammer.
Need a bigger bird.
Could you use the old mics?
Well, we don't have those guys. Those guys aren't on scene. They're down at the, they're at the studio at the moment. So I'll see if Fat can come back down and we can try to get the microphone situation resolved. Right. It just, right now, it doesn't show anything except just. It doesn't say anything on here about any other microphone. Right.
The Zoom settings.
Monitor, wireless.
Does that, if you, yeah, right there. Yeah, so click on that drop down.
That's just mute.
Try on the video, same thing, the drop down.
All that does is take off on the
No,
video.
the arrow next to the words.
Right.
The little hat.
It's on all cameras.
So can you get the same thing with the hat on the mute?
Picking up Gary now, along with you.
Yep. Gary's standing here. There it is. Let's try that. See if you can hear us better now.
I can hear you fine. I don't know if anybody else is coming on. Try someone else out there.
Testing, Rick speaking. Can you hear me?
Okay, there you go. I got that one.
Picking it
Luke,
up.
can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right,
Okay,
pick it
let's
up.
try it
Yeah.
again, Rick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we had received a request from Heidi Lauricella that the town remove the school bus stop signs because they're no longer being used. The bus stops at every family's house now. So Scott and I spoke with her and I just wanted to throw that on the agenda somewhere.
What's school bus? Where's the school bus sign that she's talking about?
They're all over town apparently. School bus stop here.
They're sort of random, Peter. They were done over time as they had sort of, aggregated pickup points. So I've asked Andy just to go out and see what's out and about. I did talk to the superintendent. They are obsolete. They don't need them or there's no requirement for them to be there anymore. So
Okay,
we can
I got
just take them down as we can get to them.
okay.
Yep.
Let's move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. It's 3 minutes a person.
Yeah.
Does anyone, I don't have anything. Does the board, anybody on board?
Betsy came to the meeting. She wanted to give a BIFTA related update. So she's coming to the.
Okay,
Can you hear me okay?
yep. I can.
I just want to invite you to our annual meeting is Thursday at the Waypoint Center, starting at 5:30. And we filled out a application for the Waypoint Center. So
Yep, I saw that.
I guess that's really all I wanted to say. So
Well, that's like short and sweet. Thank you. Wish everybody was that quick. Okay, manager report.
oh, wait.
We're getting to you there. Cass, hang in there.
You'll be.
Hard to follow Betsy.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Scott, you got any manager report?
Couple things, just want to talk a little bit about updating on some street lighting issues. We did have the contractors back out again, out on the main bridge. Remember the one street light that is on the renovated bridge that is closest to the old Sunel building was not operational. They came back out a second time after it was re-energized by Green Mountain Power, and they did get it working. So I was going to take a ride by tonight just to make sure that it was running, but I was assured that that light is now finally up, and running. The same contractor is ordered a replacement ballast. One of the things we're trying to isolate, we've got about 20 different streetlights that are not working in the downtown. And their recommendation was, as opposed to going and swapping out all the units, is to try to replace ballasts and see if that will increase the longevity of the current lights. We had looked at some proposals. Elijah had brought us some proposals to replace the entire poles and the entire down the road, to replace them in their entirety, and those prices are significantly more than this option to at least get the ballast replaced and get them back and operational. So the cost of the ballast, the cost of bringing 2 men in a bucket truck and about 20 of these units, it'll be closer to 10,000 to get all, if that's the actual troubleshooting shows that that's the actual problem, that's about a $10,000 fix. Till we can get to the larger discussion with the board about replacement of entire units, which is much more expensive. So that work is underway. We'll see if that is hopefully going to solve that problem in the short term.
Scott,
Yes, sir.
any warranty on those lights? Are some of them relatively recently purchased?
Most of them are well past warranty, and I think some of them are 15 plus years old, if I remember. Not all of them, but some of them. Some of them were replaced because they were knocked down. We had a couple on Canal Street that got knocked over during the winter season. We had to replace them.
All right.
So, but the vast majority passed the initial 10-year period for the ballast and the lights themselves. The Opera House finally has all of the hearing impaired system wired and ready to go. The company that they purchased the system from is going to come out and work with Tim and then the staff on how it operates. So we're hoping to have that up and running by sometime no later than beginning of August. So if you recall, the original system had been purchased back in 2019, and then through COVID, it had not been worked on. And then when we found out about it later this spring, we prioritized to getting that thing up and running. So our fingers are crossed that that will be up and running, hopefully, so we can advertise that availability for people sometime in August. The popcorn machine that's down there is 40 plus years old. It was bought in 1981. It's beyond repair at this point. It's becoming an electrical hazard and a concern. So I do have some pricing to replace it. It's probably in the neighborhood. A like unit from the same company is about $7,500. At this point, I think it would make sense for us to replace it before we have some kind of problem with that unit burning up or burning out at some point and creating a real hazard. The paving is still scheduled to begin the first week of August. We're working with Basins. They've not identified a specific date yet to start with milling. They've been doing, I guess, quite a bit of work on Route 5, so they are a little behind on that schedule, but they are still telling us that they'll get the milling done prior to the paving, which will begin in the beginning of August. So at this point, we have our fingers crossed that those things will all come together and that we'll have all of that work done. As well as I talked with Andy about starting, if you remember, the school board had bought 2 of those rapid flashing beacon pedestrian crossing signals that we were going to install near the Central Elementary School. And so we're going to start that project probably after the paving's done in August. So before school starts, before Labor Day, so we can get that up and running as well. So how you guys have been busy, lots of work that is ongoing, but we'll try to get all these things done and ready to go for the fall. So that was it for me, Peter.
Okay, good. Before we get into the regular agenda, I will say that there will be an executive session tonight on a real estate issue and a personnel issue, and there may be a comment after we come out of executive session, depending on the discussion in the board. Okay, I think, Cass, we're about ready for you. Do you
Okay,
agenda to discuss animal control ordinance issues?
right. As I said, it's hard to follow Betsy. She was so nice and concise. I've got it down to one sheet. I'll try to move right through it as best I can. Greetings and good evening to all my neighbors. My name is Cass Wright. I'm your duly appointed animal control officer. And I'd like to use this opportunity to remind everyone about some concerns I have this upcoming summer and autumn seasons for all of you exercising the privilege of being dog owners or canine care providers. First and foremost, our leash laws. Vermont statute states that all dogs not under strict and immediate voice command must be kept on a leash held by its handler rather, whenever it is anywhere in public. This is far further narrowed by the Rockingham town ordinance that all dogs appearing anywhere in public in the villages of Saxons River or Bellas Falls that are not contained inside a motor vehicle must be kept on a leash held by its handler at all times, no exceptions allowed. Remember, please, there are no end runs or workarounds to this law, not even for carrying dogs or attaching dogs to bicycles or scooters. Let me say this again for emphasis. All dogs in public spaces and places in Bellows Falls and Saxon's River must be kept either in a vehicle or held on a leash. Period. This is true of all dogs living in Saxon's River or Bellows Falls, or even visiting either village with their owners. Again, no exception. Next, the citizenship of your dog. Vermont state statutes demand that all dogs must be vaccinated routinely for rabies every 3 years without lapse, starting ideally at 90 days of age, but certainly by their 6th month, by a licensed veterinarian, and that once done, they be registered in their town of residence with their town clerk, and that tags identifying that vaccination and that registration be attached to that dog's collar, and that the collar with those tags attached be kept upon that animal at all times without fail throughout Saxon's River, Bellows Falls, Rockingham, and everywhere else in the state of Vermont. If this seems severe or overly strict, let me point out that sooner or later, all dogs escape their owner's home or vehicles and often are recovered by other people, including myself. This brings me quickly but firmly to the topic of loose dogs. Folks, if you encounter a loose dog, do not approach them, do not touch them, do not go near them. Call me immediately, 289-7327, 24/7. I will dispatch myself as quickly as I can to assess the situation. Again, even if you are in the mood to be a good Samaritan, it is actually counterproductive for you to become proximity or physically involved with that animal. One of the most important pieces of logic behind this is that about 18 times out of 20, a loose running dog is being followed by its owner by about 5 to 8 minutes. And that taking that dog into your custody, even for the best principles, breaks that chain of probability to get them back. Please call me. I will assess the situation. I will do what is necessary. Don't you get near a loose dog. This is critical. Without those tags, I'm going to talk about tags on the collar. I cannot ascertain your dog's ownership or identity or medical status. And if I can't solve the riddle of who he or she belongs to, I'll have to transport that dog all the way down to the Windham County Humane Society in Dummerston. And when that happens, it is a long and expensive process to get your dog back. Lastly, please do clean up behind your dogs when you take them out for their exercise. This means always having a plastic grocery type bag with you or some type of disposable mitt with which to retrieve your dog's feces and transport that waste to an appropriate public waste container, or if need be, all the way back home. This is a legal requirement cited specifically by a town of Rockingham ordinance and enforceable in all 6 villages and everywhere in between. Finally, neglecting any of these requirements can result in being issued citations by myself or a Windham County Deputy Sheriff with fines starting at $25 all the way up into hundreds. And might even result in district court appearances, which I'd much prefer to avoid, as I'm sure would any of my neighbors. In closing, let me urge my fellow dog owners to reach out to me with any canine concerns or questions or requests for help of any sort. My number is 289-7327, and my information can be found quoted on the Health Department page of the Rockingham Town website. What questions can I answer? Questions from my board? Rick?
I noticed in the Saxons River Facebook page that people often mention their lost pets. Do you find social media to be something that's helpful?
Oh, Chris, it's probably the biggest, best tool I have on my belt right now. When I take charge of a loose dog, that is the first thing I do, is to get them on social media, get them on Facebook, get them on every type of online exposure I can. And I have to say, knock wood, it's been pretty darn reliable. This community comes together pretty quickly, helping to reunite the dog with the owner, which is ultimately my goal.
Thanks.
Cass,
Yes.
in addition to that, it might be good to post on social media everything you just read to us. Just, there's, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 local groups there, Rocky in Progress, Bellows Falls, looking forward.
That's an excellent idea. I think I'll probably draft this up into a little bit more concise, better flowing.
It would be good, and then, people can tell others. One thing I wasn't aware of, so this includes even walking in the town forest and places like that, right?
If it's anywhere in the villages of Bellows Falls or Saxons River, every dog must be on a leash at all times, held nonstop by its handler.
Okay, so even at the Historical Society's Riverfront Park, that would apply.
Yep. Anywhere in Bellows Falls or Saxons River.
I didn't know that.
As I mentioned, the governing state statutes says that all dogs in Vermont in general must be under strict and immediate voice command. This is, as I mentioned, this is further narrowed for us by a Rockingham town ordinance that all dogs appearing anywhere in public in those villages must be kept on a lead. All I can say about the rest is make sure you know where you are. Make sure if you are in Rockingham outside those villages and you want to keep your dog under voice command, make sure you truly have voice command. Sometimes we tend to look at our pet ownership through rose-colored spectacles. We think we have a lot more control than we do. That has a lot to do with the immense upspike this year of dog bites across the town of Rockingham. People being out and about on a cheery, bright weather day, and their dog is with them, and he behaves until he sees something he doesn't like, and then tragedy ensues.
Cass, one thing I would like to do is see if you can mention on the enforcement of unlicensed dogs.
I am in ongoing discussions with Scott and with Kathleen about that. I feel that we have to do something. Back even as recently as 10, 12 years ago, if you were to print out the pages of dog registration, the town of Rockingham, it would have run up to close to 50 pages. And now, sadly, I can accomplish that same goal in under 2. So that gives you an idea of how horrendously our dog registration obligations have dropped off. We've got to get back up on that horse somehow. I don't yet want to entertain the idea of actually taking a whole list and going door to door. That seems a little intrusive. It could be done. I had offers of help that way from the Windham County Sheriffs and our Bellows Falls Police Department to assist me. I want to try some other approaches. It can't be allowed to get much worse. It is at a critical stage. It's very much on my mind. Thank you for bringing that up, Peter.
Yeah, I noticed a couple of years ago that we did have the sheriff go around with a list, and that did motivate some activity, but not very much. And then it just kind of set by the wayside. Sorry to cut you, Bonnie. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. Would it be feasible to contact all the area vets and request that they, when they have a dog patient, take note of their dog tag? And if people say, well, they don't have a dog tag, perhaps let us know.
I have approached that topic with several vets and gotten a very polite, cool reception.
Yeah, they're not into it.
It's rather like asking human doctors to share information open-handedly. They're very good about working with me when I have a bite situation to confirm vaccinations and inoculations. But beyond that, their information is considered to be privileged.
Well, I guess we could just request that they ask for that information on intake. And if people say they don't have one, the vet could perhaps remind them of the importance of getting one, just as an inducement there. And maybe not tell them, snitch on people, but just sort of help us,
I've actually approached that, Bonnie, and it was turned down.
Okay, well, just an idea.
And not a
let's,
bad one. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's move along here. We got a lengthy agenda here tonight and some long
Here,
discussions coming up. So,
Rick had one more follow-up.
no, go ahead.
When you apprehend a dog that's missing and isn't registered, does that person get a fine?
No. I could go that route. I tried to indicate to people that they really do need to register their dog. And quite often, what the case is that the dog often is registered. And then I hear the song and dance about the kitchen drawer. All the dog tags fell off. And I say, listen, don't use those silly little things they give you with the tags. Get a regular jump ring from the hardware store. Put it on there so it will stay on. The tag does me no good in finding you if it's inside the kitchen drawer. So I haven't gone that route yet. I find I have to do a little bit of a balancing act. On the one hand, I'm prepared to be as firm as I need to be to get good compliance from people. At the same time, when I walk down Atkinson Street and someone's coming at me with a dog, I want to be able to smile and wave and walk up and chat them up without them going, oh, God, it's the animal control officer. And cutting up a side street, which I have actually had happen a couple of times in extreme circumstances. So I like to try and keep things on the up and bright, but yeah, I have all this firmly in mind, and I need to do better. We need to do better, and I'm working on it. I promise. Thank you for your.
Okay, let's close this discussion out. Deb, are you still on there? I saw your hand earlier. Were you did you have a comment or did you sign off? Deb, right?
I don't see her.
Must have signed off.
Must have
Okay,
signed.
let's move on to item number 2, which is the update to the cemetery committee proposal. There are some articles in your packet to look at, if you haven't already. Scott, I'll let you lead this one off.
Yep, so there's a couple of things, I guess, we had a sort of preliminary conversation about if we wanted to go forward and establish formally through the board, a cemetery committee. Other communities have done that and they have various types of responsibilities. So there was, just for your information, how Brattleboro currently has their committee established. The other information is more for building our conversation towards budget as we look towards our next round of conversations about next year's budget. And we had discussed about the costs of potentially improving some of the grounds and some of the, beyond just the grass cutting and some of the things that we had been talking about. And just wanted to give you a sense of just, again, some of the costs of what other communities have found when they've been working, especially in historic cemeteries, in order to, raise stones and repair stones and try to bring some of these facilities back up into a better condition. So I just wanted those more for the board's information, and depending upon how the board wants, if you want us to draft up something for you to consider for your September meeting to establish a committee on a more formal basis.
Scott, I thought Walter was going to come to us in August with some information as far as that committee went.
I think we're going to talk about it a little bit up at the, up at the meeting house.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I wasn't sure that, I thought he talked to him and he said he was going to have something, information. Maybe that's what we're going to, all right. Anyone else have any comments on this? All right, seeing any, let's move on to number 3, discuss issues with Lower Bartonsville. I don't know if anyone's here from there. There is supposed to be 4 people.
Yes. there are
Anybody there,
folks here.
Scott?
Yes, folks are here. You guys want to come up maybe up to sit up at the dais, and certainly we can pick you up easier on the microphone and with the video as well. Thank you for your patience. Sorry about all our technical problems.
There's information in your packet about this issue, speeding and a few other items. There's also a copy of an old copy of the Wyndham Sheriff's Department contract proposal, not proposal, but their contract form. It does state a charge of $51 per hour, but the current one is now $60 per hour.
Correct.
You people from Bartonsville are looking for 30 hours per month. From what I understand in your email, that equates to $1,800 a month, just for people's information. And that equals out to $22,600 a year. We have no money in the budget set aside for police in Rockingham right now, and we have had feedback from people objecting to the fact that they're going to pay for protection of one area of town in their taxes. So that being said, you're on. Go for it.
My name is Steve Chipman. I live at 170 Lower Bartonsville Road. This is my wife, Sarah Jane, who also lives at 170 Lower Bartonsville Road, and John and Bev Hart, who live on Lower Bartonsville Road in the old schoolhouse right down by Marty Campbell here. We'd like to introduce a few things to the board and to make the town aware of some of what's happening up at Lower Bartonsville. And I can appreciate that in other parts of town, there would be a concern that taxpayer money was being spent in Lower Bartonsville. But we pay taxes too. And a part of what we'd like to hear from the board is on a matter related to, say, traffic or speeding. What do you do? What do you do when Saxon's River comes and says they're
Saxon River has their own police department. They hire the Wyndham Sheriffs on their own. They don't pay, pay for it by themselves.
So if we fast forward to what are our options here in terms of the municipality assisting?
Here's the situation. If the board decides to provide police protection, it would probably have to be for the whole town. And if you go back in history, every time it's been brought up with that dirty 6-letter word of merger, hate to bring that up, but it's always been defeated from Rockingham saying they do not want police coverage in the town of Rockingham, which you are part of. If we provide it or decided to go with it, then everybody else is going to jump on the bandwagon saying they want the same coverage. So it opens up a lot of Pandora boxes that we are looking at. I've talked with Sue Hammond, who's on here, same as I am, and she's told me she's explained to you people some of the issues, and that she doesn't think that you need 30 hours of coverage either. So it may be we'd have to talk with the manager about it and bring it back up again at another time, another meeting. And but it may be a factor that we try and consult with the police and have them do spot speed checks up there, or as Sue told me that once a couple of people get the $100 ticket for speeding, perhaps they'll smarten up, but who knows? From what Sue tells me, most of the traffic is from north to south versus south to north. So it looks like they're skirting something around Chester, because Chester is very adamant about speeding up there. You go a mile over the limit and they're on you. Doesn't make much long. That's the way they work. So.
Yeah, Peter, can I interject here for a second?
Go ahead,
It's
Sue.
actually,
Yeah,
it's-
go
it's
ahead.
actually both way. It's a lot of it is commuters. So it's the same commuters. They're probably heading to the interstate in the morning and then heading back in the afternoon. So it's not that it's just only north to south. And then is speeding throughout the day, but the biggest offenders, the ones going the fastest, tend to be in that morning commute and evening commute hours, but they're consistent. I mean, every morning they're going that fast.
Yeah, in the packet, there's Scott also with our speed sign that we put out there. It does show the breakdown of it's kind of surprising. It's 4,000 or 4,100 people going over or going less than 40 miles an hour. I couldn't believe there's that much traffic in Bartonsville, but I don't know how long the sign was there, Scott. Was that there about a month or so?
Pretty close, Peter.
Yeah, okay.
A little shy of a month.
All right, so it's pretty good slouch traffic going up there. Bonnie, I see your hand up.
This would take some time, but something sort of similar to this happened in the city of Baltimore when I lived there. There was one neighborhood that wanted more police protection than the rest of the city. And they formed a special zone, and the people there paid a little extra in taxes for specific, policing and stuff like that. I don't know if want to create a boundary to Lower Bartonsville and see if the residents there would be interested in that to help, cover this cost. It's a hard thing because we don't have Rockingham police.
Right. And they supposedly don't want it. That's what we were told at several meetings. So even when it's been discussed at town meeting, it's been kind of run down. They don't really want police in Rockingham, of course. At that point, at one point, it was the Bellows Falls Police Department. They were trying to expand out there, and with the territorial issues we have in this town, that didn't seem to fly very far either. Sue, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that it's not just Lower Bartonsville people who are complaining about speeding. I hear these complaints from Cambridgeport Road, from Brockways Mills Road, from Pleasant Valley Road. I think the issue is, something we can discuss at our budget time is whether we want to budget in not full-time policing in Rockingham, which is what people oppose to. They oppose to making the Bellows Falls Police townwide because the view was we would never see them. They would still stay in Bellows Falls. They would never get out to rural Rockingham. This is different, in my view, of contracting out for speed control and for the times when we have a complaint of someone doing something illegal on our roads, and we need police presence. We need someone to respond. And to get on that list with the Vermont State Police, we're at the bottom of the list if it's something they don't consider, life and death. But if we could consider a townwide police contract with the Windham County Police, that would spend some time in Bartonsville dealing with speed, some time with Upper Bartonsville, some time in the other roads where people do complain about the problems. I don't think Bartonsville is looking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah and others in the room, we're not looking for only exclusive presence in Bartonsville. We want control of the speeding and the use of driving down the road with a cell phone in townwide, because it's a problem townwide. I think that's what's being raised here, is looking at the possibility of contracting out and figuring out, is that 20 hours a week? Is it 30 hours a week? I don't know. I mean, a month, sorry. I don't know what that would be. And the other thing, when you look at the packet information with the people going over 40, I mean, it's something, maybe if a sign can be programmed in the future, it should be over 25, not over 40, because our speed limit is 25. And when you break it down over those going over 25, over a quarter of the drivers were going over 25 miles an hour. And I think it's 5%, if I remember right, we're going over 40. And when you live on a very narrow road with a lot of walkers and a lot of animals that the Lower Bartonsville Road is, and some of our other roads in town, even going over 30 is a problem. So I don't want, if you look at that chart and it looks like a tiny little sliver, it's not a tiny little sliver when you're walking that road and someone is speeding by at 35 miles an hour. So I just wanted to make that clear.
It's interesting that you mentioned the cell phone enforcement, because that's very lax in the whole state. You see drivers every day of the week with their cell phones in their yap, and they're talking, and I don't know if they don't know how to use their car phones, or how they can hook them up. Maybe that's the problem. They don't know how to do the Bluetooth option on their car, and they won't have that issue. But anyway, that's a real laugher when you stop to look at it, because like you can sit in Bells Falls Village and you can watch them go through yapping on the cell phone every day of the week, 24/7. So that's not the only, and speeding is not the only issue in Rockingham. There are some interesting comments on Facebook in regards to the bridge on 121 that's going to be closed, that's possibly for 18 months. Pretty soon, there's a meeting tomorrow night in Westminster about that, but a couple of comments there about speeding now is going to end up going over on back Westminster Road that used to fly through Gageville. So it's an issue everywhere, not just here. And I think we need to talk a little bit more in depth on this in another meeting here, probably in September. I'm going to guess be the best time for that. So we can work on it. And as you say, there's no money in the budget. And I think we'd have to, as Sue said, work on something about getting money set aside in the coming budget for that.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Steve Chipman again. Someone had mentioned, I don't know if it was Sue or yourself, that some of the sort of default actions that come from a request from a specific village like Bartlesville, then sort of plays out with other locations in town. You know, you do it for them, you got to do it for us. Is that something that would hold true in, say, fireworks? We had a display on the 4th across the street from us that would rival the Saxons River 4th of July. I've been to both now. I've been to when I used to have that, and I just sat in my bedroom and listened for a couple of hours. We had a couple wind up in the yard, and so coming to the board or letting the town know that this is happening.
All right. There, as I understand it, there is a statute from the state dealing with fireworks. Anybody that has fireworks, other than a licensed operator for fireworks, is supposed to get a permit from the state of Vermont. The town of Rockingham does not have such an ordinance. We can possibly create one, but that's then becomes the matter of enforcement.
So enforcement of what's happening out there on the field, in the street. So does the town have to look to another entity, state police? What is the, how does it
Well,
work?
I think the fire departments can control some of that to some degree, because I know in Saxon River, we contacted the trustees because our land abuts an open field, and they were shooting them off unbelievably in dry weather, and we could just see the field catching on fire and whatever. But they posted a bunch of signs, and then the owner of the field finally fenced it off. So That's one way we handle it out there, but I mean, I think the fire department, I know Larry White's pretty active about chasing down illegal burns and things like that. So
So
again,
is it safe to assume that, in the moment, when they start, and usually at dusk, when they start everywhere, on a 4th holiday weekend, that there's really no place to call, there's no one who's gonna come out and stop it? Is that a safe assumption in truth?
Well, I guess it's a little bit confusing sometimes, because if you look to our neighbor to the north, Springfield, they actually have an ordinance where they will allow you to have displays, and they will actually permit your display. And the fire commissioner will actually come out to your house before your display and issue you a permit from the city for your particular, whatever event that you're doing. We had talked about that, and I don't think the board was comfortable going to that level to try to accommodate people, because we get calls every year from a lot of people, quite frankly, usually more than a dozen, who say, we want to do a large display and we want to get a permit. So it's really it puts the community in a difficult position, because we've got a host of people who want to do it, and they're allowed to. Basically, once they get a permit from a city or an organization, then we have folks like yourself who are sort of sitting there saying, well, we would appreciate you not blowing off fireworks into our yard. And I can understand why that's annoying too.
This one went up and over our house and then lodged itself down next to our house.
Oh, I know, I see people blowing off these gigantic mortars, the kind that you see at like Old Home Days.
That's what they were.
It's dry out, and this was a separate one that was in our duck pen.
Yeah, it's
dry out, and these are structures, we have an old house, it's built from wood,
Right.
and last year, or a couple of years ago, we tried calling the state police and said, can you make it stop? And we were just told, no,
Right.
we can't, we don't have the manpower or whatever, but what do we do? The same neighbors race dirt bikes up and down the road. They're not roadworthy vehicles.
Right.
These kids are not wearing helmets. They turn around in our driveway. They they race side by side on our tiny little road. And we don't have anybody we can call. That's why we started this, the request. We have nobody we can call. We can't, the sheriff can't do anything, the state police can't do anything. When the state police barracks was right up the road on 103, we could call and they would maybe send somebody down in a cruiser, at least discourage some of this stuff. Now we've got nobody. We've got
Yeah, and
nobody.
we're not blaming the town. We're not
No,
here
it's
to point
frustrating because
your
we feel the
fingers,
same
but I guess
frustration.
we're looking for some guidance as to
Right.
how we can better respond to some things that are happening. We've been there 30 years and more now, and we've seen it come and go, and it's back. And
Yeah.
we-
The needles and the drug exchanges are new, I have to say, but it's like the word got out that nobody's paying attention on our road, and it's a good place to go and throw your trash and the fireworks. One of our neighbors who planned to be here, but he's sick. Somebody drove by their house about 3 weeks ago and shot off a gun as they drove by their house. And two of the families who are sort of new in our neighborhood have both remarked to me that we wish we didn't buy a house here. We hate it. We don't feel safe. That makes me sad.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Peter, Rick had a question or wanted to follow up.
Question of the speed bumps, would that be any help, do you think?
I think it would. I think it might, but I think it's not going to be helpful by itself. I think it will be a fun thing for some people.
Yeah, if you're going fast enough, those things can really ruin the undercarriage of your car, so
I don't know that these people care.
that's what, I don't know, how you-
I
speed bumps
think-
on a dirt road.
I
don't
think
know
it would
how
be
that works.
effective. I think it would be effective in addition to some policing, because these people need to see intermittently, oh, the police do come down this road.
Mhm.
And they're not always here at noon on this day, they're here at different times, you know, we just need a presence.
Backup.
And in terms of what happens in the town gravel pit, I feel the town has responsibility for that. And is there dirt bike racing? Is there gunfire, fireworks? What's
Oh,
that?
yeah, you name it.
It's like target practice is what the repetition and the cadence of the firing is like target practice is what.
So that's something I feel we do have responsibility for. That's town property.
As far as speed bumps go, I think we need to check with Andy to see how that's gonna work with plowing out there on the road. Sometimes it damages the truck's equipment and things, so that could get costly as far as that goes. And, you know, there's issues with speed bumps. That was mentioned once of putting them into the square in Bellas Falls to slow traffic. And you can see that hasn't happened yet either. So I think we need to delve into this project a little bit more and come up with some sort of a resolution or something that would be applicable for everybody. If it means we create a district and you pay for your own police, coverage, that's one way of doing it. I don't think that's the smart way to do it. I think it needs to be, as Sue said, needs to be covered for town-wide, and we just, but there's issues that we have to deal with and talk to other entities about that situation. So you have to give us a little bit of time to deal with this. I don't know if you have any comments, Scott?
Well, I think,
Elijah does.
yeah, Elijah had a comment, and then I'll follow up on something, Peter.
Okay,
Yeah, so
go ahead, Elijah.
I know speed bumps are sometimes not popular, but I think they can be effective. I know they're not going to stop everybody, but I don't think that any one solution is going to cure all the problems. I think it's just it's as many little things as you can do. Having the policing is not going to necessarily cure all the problems either, because unless you're going to have a police car sitting there 24 hours a day, you're still going to have people speeding and doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. But every little thing is a deterrent. So I think that we should look seriously at speed bumps. I think we should look at speed bumps in Bartonsville. I think we should look at speed bumps on the square. There's going to be people who don't like them, but there's also people who are not going to want to slow down. That's the whole point. But that's something I think we should seriously consider. And I think that another thing might be to install the speed radar signs permanently on either side of the village out there.
May I say something about speed bumps?
Yeah, I saw your hand up, ma'am. Go ahead.
I did speak to some of my neighbors last year about possibly putting speed bumps in, because on our section of the road, it's absolutely straight and it's kind of like a racetrack sometimes. But I was told that would just make the offenders angry and they might retaliate. And we don't want that. And they could retaliate against us, whether or not we have asked for it, because we have the very straight, long, straight road.
Yes, several people are worried about retaliation. I walk frequently with a couple other people, and I walk with a toddler and a stroller, and I walk with my dog and my neighbor's dog. And so many times I ask people to slow down, or I wave to them and say, hey, or I'll yell, slow down. And the way that people respond is terrifying. It's road rage kind of stuff. We had a road rage incident last year on our road, and we've had a couple of other, I would call it road rage, where somebody, speeds up or drives on somebody's lawn, or it's a scary feeling. This used to be a really safe little village to walk in or be out in your yard. And now everybody's really feeling very anxious. It's not a good feeling. And we don't have anybody that we can call. And we
Right,
have heard
Scott? Yeah, final comments here so we can move along.
Yeah, just, I guess on a couple of items, Peter, I know that Westminster, and I also believe that Saxon's River has been experiencing some concerns with the sheriff's current contracts because the sheriff's having difficulty meeting their obligations to those two communities. When we talked to Westminster recently, they weren't, they were looking at some problems, and I'm not sure what's happening in Saxons River. If we're going to pursue this, I think we would have to meet with the sheriff and see if there's the ability to provide any kind of coverage that would be at least reasonable, so that people feel like they're getting some value for that money. The second piece, just on speed humps, in other communities I've worked in, we created policies where the neighborhood would create a petition, and so you would have to go to your neighbors and talk to your neighbors and get their approval. And if the neighbors approved, we would put them in temporarily so they could be removed after a period of time. And then we would then ask the neighbors, do they want them to then have a more permanent or another solution for the problem? And what I found was, probably did this 8 or 10 times in a variety of different communities. And about 90% of the time, the neighbors who asked to put them in after 6 months asked me to take them out because they were annoyed at driving over them constantly. And it's just the nature of what they are. So that's just a consideration. So if we did anything, I'd recommend that we do something temporarily, work with the neighborhood, see if it solves a problem, and then if it does, look at a more long-term type permanent solution. But that's just.
Do we have one final comment here so we can move along?
Well, yeah, it was just again about the speed humps. I mean, we've had this discussion actually many years ago with Mike Hines, and it was, and I think Everett at the time too, that it was too difficult for the plowing to deal with speed humps. They wouldn't last very long. They would destroy the trucks and destroy the humps. So it would have to be some temporary thing which you'd put down in the summer. But I mean, we also have the world, and we have a gigantic speed hump just before you get to the railroad tracks, and that doesn't slow down a lot of people either. The covered bridge, they fly through that too. So I kind of don't get a sense that it's going to be very effective. I think the most effective thing will be the people, because it tends to be, I mean, we do have people who just come through our road, but it tends to be the same people every day or every work day. If they think they're going to get a ticket, like when I enter Chester, I already think I'm going to get a ticket. I better slow down. But it's got to be random, and it's got to be over a period of time. I think that would be the most effective. You're still going to get the random person coming through, but if enough people who use that road every day get several $100s worth of tickets, that will slow them down. They know there's a chance. And that's the case, I think, in town-wide. And also, as Sarah and Steve had said, having someone, knowing who we can call when we have these complaints of illegal activity that is happening on a road, and knowing that we're going to get a response. That's what not just Bartonsville wants, but that's what the rest of Rockingham wants, I would believe.
Okay, let's, Scott, let's plan to get this on a future agenda, probably September, maybe, if we're lucky and we can move along with that, because at that point, we'll be thinking about considering budget
We want
considerations.
Cass, right to be the fireworks control officer. That's our request.
Dogs.
Is that an expired fireworks, Steve, or is that a live one?
Sounds like ATF, right? It'll become alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
Okay, let's, thank you guys for coming in, by the way. We do hear your concerns, and we're not going to just drop it. All right, let's move on to item number 4, which is a remote scale indicator display down at the recycling center. There's information in your packet, and we'll need a motion to proceed with this tonight. So I've got one sort of written up here. So Scott, you want to?
Yep, the state weights and measures now requires a visible display. So if you go over any type of device that weighs something, the person has to be able to see it, the customer, in order for it to be considered in compliance. And that scale is registered with the state. So the company that did the scale install came down, they gave us a proposal on what it would cost for an LED indicator, as well as it's about another $1,250 roughly for the electrical work that would go along with that to make that system work. So at this point, we're asking the board to just authorize that, moving ahead with Fairbanks' proposal to do the LED display, and then we'll also spend, like I said, about $1,250 roughly on the electrical to come into compliance with the state requirement.
So that looks to be about $4,000, Scott, between
Yes.
12 and 28. So
Yep.
we make a motion to install a display for the scale and electric work not to exceed $4,000. I'll need a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Thank
You'll
you.
hear a second.
Second.
And Elijah seconded.
Okay, I heard that. Motion is made to and seconded to install display for the scale and electric at the recycling center not to exceed $4,000. We have a bid from Fairbanks at $2,862 and roughly $1,200 from Lawrence and Lover, who will be doing the electrical. Any comments?
We ever bid out electrical work to other vendors, or do we use the same people? all the time?
No, we try to do that. In fact, we've been using different contractors in this building. We've been using different contractors for the street lighting. And a lot of it just comes down to availability. And quite frankly, at this point, we're having a difficult time getting contractors to respond. Most of our jobs are sort of ad hoc for them, so.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready for the question? All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. You can notify the parties there, Scott, if you need to.
Very good. Thank you, Peter.
Hey, next item is the approved grant agreement to Town Highway Class 2 roadway paving. There's a whole bunch of paperwork in your packet there.
The state can't do much without lots and lots of paper to go with it.
Yeah,
But the good news is that this will be an offset to our current year budget. So this will be 145,000, which will be directly applied against our costs for the Pleasant Valley Road repaving project. So this is actually good news for us to be able to authorize this agreement and move forward with that project.
a couple of questions. I noticed on the second page here, page 3 of 19, it says that we're getting a grant for 145,000, but there's a 20% match, which amounts to roughly 29,000. Do we have the funds for that, or is that an in-kind or?
Well, that's just part of our, we already have the money, remember, the 650 set aside for the total paving project, so that just gets absorbed
Okay.
into
Yeah.
the.
So we'll need a motion to accept the grant agreement and authorize the manager to sign. Somebody want to make the motion or accept the one I just made?
So moved what you said, Peter.
Okay, right.
Authorize the
Do we hear
manager.
a second?
Second,
Okay, motion made and seconded to adopt the grant agreement for $145,000 from the state and authorize the manager to sign the document. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Moving right along, to item 5, approved grant agreement. No, unless we just did approve expenditure for train station project environmental review.
I've got Gary here. So maybe
Later
I'll
in the
have-
packet, it's Gary's there to explain it, I guess, or attempt to.
Right. It's a little bit of a background on this. We have multiple agencies that we're requesting funding from. And so Gary's trying to coordinate with the various agencies, their required environmental work so that we don't end up, spending more money that we don't necessarily need to spend in order to be in compliance for this funding stack. So this is sort of another step along that way, but I think Gary can kind of get into some more of the detail of that for you.
So there's 2 reasons for this being on here. As Scott just described, the requirement for federal funds. And the other piece is just to let the public know that we are doing this environmental review. And basically it could be broken up into a few different projects. And as Scott was saying, that would end up being a time cost and a dollar cost additional. So, so what we're doing here is looking at the whole project and holding off on executing like the Downtown Transportation Fund, the $200,000 grant, holding off on that so that we can do the environmental review once, have choose a firm that is familiar with working with rail stations and the state and the federal agencies. Just do a really thorough job and make sure we don't end up getting stuck at something down the road. So, so those three things: cost efficiency, time efficiency, and thoroughness, so we don't run into trouble. And we do have a few good firms that are interested and would be able to meet the timeline and get started right away and finish in time for an October notice to proceed with the grants for a purchase. Cost range, pretty variable depending on what they run into and what the various agencies say as they submit them. Some of the agencies, like I believe Environmental Conservation, Historic Preservation, have a 30-day review period in there, and they can come back and ask for other things to be included. So we're saying a $3,000 to $10,000 cost range, and as you can see, we have close to $5,000 in a grant, and so could end up costing us another $5,000 matching it, or it could end up that the grant covers everything.
Gary, do you need a motion to adopt that, to accept that grant award? Just no place for any signatures on the form on the page. I didn't know if you need to.
Yeah, it would be helpful to accept the grant and also to approve moving ahead with a NEPA review, selecting a firm and contracting for the NEPA environmental review.
Okay. Anybody want to make the motion, as Gary just stated, that we move ahead with the NEPA Policy Act to take care of environmental issue and then move to accept the award that's on the back page from BDCC for $4,875?
So moved.
Okay, good.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to move ahead with a National Environmental Policy Act, a NEPA form that's explained on page 1, and page 2 is to adopt the award that we've got from BDCC and the amount of $4,875 towards the environmental study. Any further discussion?
One question, would the 106 review be part of this environmental review?
Yes.
Anything else? Sue? Nope.
No, all set.
Okay, there being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, let's move on to financial. Notice we didn't have any expense spread out, Scott.
No, we haven't closed out yet. We're still
Okay.
recording prior year budget expenses, so I'll have that for you for the house meeting.
Okay,
Still had a few items that she had not recorded yet, or that had not come through on your warrants.
okay.
So
Can
Can
we,
expense and revenue report, Peter.
okay, can we look at page 2 of 5 here on the general fund?
Yep.
It shows, did we receive the fire department charges, or is that just an item in there? It's partway down, about third of the way down on the charges for services. $10,257. I thought Larry mentioned to me that was involved with a accident charge. That
Yes.
we received the money or something.
We billed for an accident, and we did just receive a check for that. It was not, and so that is part of that recorded number. That's the
Okay.
actual.
All right, looks like we are doing quite well at recycle. that money that we're over here should probably take care of the transportation costs, transfer station trucking or whatever they call it there. That won't show up until we get the expense account sheet anyway.
Right.
Peter, question?
Yeah, go ahead, Rock.
The FEMA, the $300,000 we were gonna get from FEMA a year ago, what's up with that?
All those costs have been approved. They've been routed through the state and through the FEMA District 1 people. Everything that was on the worksheets has been accepted. We're just waiting on the check to come back from the federal government.
Good, so they just move at a glacial pace.
It just, it'll come. That's what they tell us.
Okay,
So
so that's,
we recorded those revenues in this current budget year. So since we have those expenses in this budget year,
good.
so they should be an offset.
All right, you'll let us know when that check arrives.
Oh, sure. And I think the total of everything is about 600,000.
Yeah, this, it's on page 5, Rick. If you look on page 5 of 5 there, the highway, it shows you the amount that's on the received, 609, almost 610,000.
Right.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
That would have been one of my questions. We got that in our pocket yet, but I got just answered that before I got there.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions on the financials as we have them?
Well, overall, it seems like our revenue has been good.
I would say that we're gonna come out with overall positive year in relationship to our revenues and expenses. I think that, yeah, there was a lot of unusual revenue this year, and it's gonna be a challenge to see what next year comes. I think the feds have been filling a lot of gaps on a lot of things. And, you know, like our bridge and a few other things, which has been very helpful for us. We haven't had to go and borrow and take on large capital expenses. But it remains to be seen just how active they're going to be going forward. But yes, I think last year was a good budget year for us overall.
Scott, is the solar revenue, has that been booked yet? The solar field over by the gravel pit?
No, he had to delay his install because of the right-of-way issue with the Savage Garage that they're, he's doing some mining on his property there. And part of the area that they're mining impacts where he is placing the new power for the solar array. So he has held off on installing the power until they're done with the mining portion behind Savage's.
Okay, but there's no legal contest between Savage.
No, it's just, they had asked him to delay and he agreed. So the
Okay.
last I spoke to him, and I speak to him about every 4 to 6 weeks, he doesn't anticipate any problem and he anticipates we'll see the revenue in this current budget year starting July 1. So
Great,
They got all their permits and everything they need.
everything is permitted. So
beautiful.
he just did, he just did a voluntary, he was waiting until that other work was done.
All right, that's encouraging.
Because it does impact where they're gonna put the transmission lines for the solar.
Mhm.
So they just decided not to have a conflict or to have a problem. Mining can be a little bit of a messy operation, you know, the gravel mining, so.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, anything else on our financials? Hearing none, let's move on down to review and approve orders, bills and warrants. Can I get a motion?
I do have them down here. We'll have to, maybe when you come back, Peter, you can sign as well.
Yep.
But I can get Rick and Elijah to at least sign for now.
We need a motion. Someone want to make a motion to approve them?
Make the motion to approve orders, bills, and warrants.
There's a second.
Second,
Okay, motion's made and seconded to approve orders, bills and warrants. All those in favor would say aye.
aye,
Aye.
Aye.
Agenda items for the August 9th meeting, which will be at the Rockingham Meeting House. I have the cemetery committee is going to begin a report.
We're going to have an update from Walter on the historic structures report. If you remember, the board had authorized up to $10,000 to help with that piece of their overall long-term capital planning. So that we have interviewed firms. We have 4 that we're asking for follow-up interviews this week, and then we'll have a proposal, hopefully, that will be authorized by you at that meeting so that we can move that process forward. And then the results of that process then will, I think, align with our budgeting discussions later on through the late fall and ultimately with the Save America's Treasures application process, which is what they're hopeful to try to get to cover some of these, significant foundation and other improvements in the building.
Okay. Do we have a few weeks on the, anybody has any other agenda items for the August 9th meeting? Just give us an email and we'll see about getting it on. Did anybody happen to see, well, I'll bring it up under the business. Review agenda items for the joint board meeting. We got a month or so on that one. That's September 27th. So if anyone has any things they'd like to bring up on that. Other business, Sue? Sue, do you have any other business?
Sorry, no, I'm all set, thanks.
Okay. Elijah?
Nope, nothing for me.
Scott?
All set, Peter. Thank you.
Rick?
Nothing.
Bonnie?
Nope.
Okay, other business, did you happen to see the article in the minutes from Westminster about the bridge out there, Rick? You look like you're gonna get your bike paths there included in the new design supposedly, according to what I've read in there.
I saw that. I'm really thrilled. I've been in correspondence with JB McCarthy, the engineer at V-Trans, and
Yeah.
I think he listened to us, and we're the bike ped committee is pretty psyched.
Yeah, not thrilled to have it being closed the road out there for 18 months, but
No, that's
I guess.
It's good news, bad news, I
Yeah,
think.
right.
is the way we look at
Yeah,
it.
well, we'll see where that goes, I guess. All right, there is a need for the executive session tonight. It'll be for real estate and personnel.
Right.
So we need someone to make a motion. I think it's the first one up there, I think.
Got the card, this card.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you only need one motion to go in for those items. So you can do it all at one time if you want.
All right, do you want me to do that? I move that the board enter executive session to discuss
Real estate
real estate
and personnel.
and personnel and state, and the corresponding statutory provision is Title I, Section 313A 2.
That's it. So we need a second.
I'll second.
Somebody want a second? Looks like
Elijah.
Elijah seconded, so we will be in executive session once we get everybody closed off of Zoom, except those that are supposed to be on, and board members. And we may have a statement once we come out, so.
Can I ask one question before you adjourn?
Sure.
What time is next month's meeting? Is it earlier than 6?
No, we're still planning on 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep, regular time. But there won't be any recording because they don't have any capability out there
Yeah.
for.
But everyone will get a month's
So,
notice, so.
Right. So we keep the minutes and we'll have an agenda like a normal meeting, but there won't be any fact review capability.
And there won't be any online participation.
Right.
Okay, we should probably let people know. that
Yeah,
online-
I'll make sure.
More than happy to
do
come
an
up.
extra.
Yeah, they should, they're invited.
Absolutely.
Well, it's the
Walk
best
the
meeting
room.
to go to.
It's the democracy at its earliest and, most unique.
So are we,
I've got to get,
Thank you.
thank you, Betsy. All right,
Good,
so,
everyone.
yeah. Did you need Gary for anything, Scott, on this executive?
no, we're good on
Okay.
that.
Yep.
Clear the room and give us a minute while folks are signing
Yep,
off.
let me
so-
know when we're ready.
Yep. That's great. Thank you, Gary. So fact, you can sign off, and Susan, we're all set. So you guys can sign off.
So Susan and Bonnie will be able to come back on.
I've got Susan.
Yeah, no, I'm
Susan's
on
got-
here. If
Yeah,
Susan's
we
small
stay
here, but
on,
you gotta
everybody
get
else
off.
gets cut off outside. Okay, everybody, Bonnie, you still on?
Yeah. we're
But we
just-
still have, I still see Fact and Susan Small here on.
Fact TV, you guys can sign off, and Susan Small here, you guys can sign off, and we'll be good to go here.
Can you do it on your end, Scott?
I can try. Let me see.
Up there goes Susan Small here.
Oh, thank you, Susan. I'm just waiting on our friends from Fact TV.
Probably walked away for a bit.
Yeah.
Cut them off.
I gotta get another cup of coffee, guys.
Go for it. You probably need it, don't you, Stu?
I'm gonna remove
What's
them.
that?
I'm gonna remove Fact TV. It feels kind of aggressive, but I suppose.
Give them the boot.
You know, as long as I don't have any hard feelings. Sorry, guys.